Hello, everybody. How are we this morning? All right, let's be live. It would be help if camera was on. You know? Don't need that on. There we go. Good morning. Top of the morning to you. Let's see here. I just re-uploaded the poison icon. Oop, that's armies, not Blackridge. There we go. Therefore, in conclusion, there we go. Yeah, it's a little bit clearer now. I like that a little better. It's made the image a little bit larger. We do need to finish all the text for this. And then once we're done with the text, we so like the text, the corruption, and the what's it called? The flavor text. And once all that's on there, we will be pretty much set. We just need to do rules. Again, I'm not entirely certain I'm going to do that on stream, but I guess we'll see. I'm kind of also thinking maybe these should be, let's let me try one more thing, because I'm kind of not happy with these little like watermarks at the bottom. They kind of just feel bleh. Feel bleh to me. Let's see if we can fix that. I kind of feel like, oh, I think they're on the wrong layer. Of course, yeah. I'm kind of thinking maybe oops. If we just kind of push them more toward the corner, that'll look better. Yeah, I kind of like that. Let's do this though. Let's flip-flop them. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, file, export, PNG. This is poison. Yes. Okay, just a minor tweak to the art. And then we just need to work on the stuff. I really need to reorganize all this, but the problem is if I reorganize my Dexterous page, it means I have to change all the file pathing in my Excel document, which is kind of obnoxious. Or Sheets document, whatever. It's same, you know? Okay, let's look at that. Yeah, it feels more better to me. Okay, so now all we need to do is just actually work on the text on the card. So let's do that. Let's open up. I guess this is fine for now. We'll just open this. Okay. Let's make sure that this sounds right. So play this card face up to use rations to deal damage. You may then play rations face down. Each ration deals 1 damage. I feel like there's a better way to say that. I'm trying to think. That feels like there's a better way to say that. Play this card face up. Like, these two statements feel like they could just be one. Like, allowing you to play rations face down to deal damage. I don't know if that's more clear, but let's see how some of the other cards are worded, and then maybe we just, you know, follow our pre-existing conventions, you know? That would make sense. Actually use the words we've used before. I think probably the closest card to this is Loaded Deck. Play this card face up. Then do one of the following. Draw and play a weapon on a creature event. Let's just copy this and see if we can make it sound nicer. Play this card face up, then play rations face down. Each ration played now deals 1 damage. That sounds better to me. It's actually more concise too. And is deals 1 damage? The proper, do we use deals? Yeah, deals. Okay, I was just making sure that how we worded damage, because yeah, this is nice and concise now. I like that. Nice and concise. It rhymes. Poison. Much smaller, which is kind of nice because that might make it, the less text you have, the more it shows off the art, which is fun. A unique problem to this game, but you know, actually that's not necessarily true, because a lot of time you'll have text boxes that cover other stuff and all that. So we need a corrupted ability. Did I spell corrupted right for once? I think I did. We can remove this. This doesn't need to be here. It might be actually kind of interesting to allow you to play the card face down instead. It's like an ultimate like bluffing skill. I kind of think that's fun. it's just a gain 1 corruption. Okay. Couldn't remember how we did it. I think that's kind of interesting. It's different. I don't know if it's good, but I think it's worth playing around with. Let me do this. Okay, now we just need a flavor text for poison. The question is, what might that be? Trying to think of like poison westerny lines, you know. What do flavor text? Problem is, I'm just like trying to ask ChatGPT here for ideas, but part of the problem is that it's starting to think like it's more. I think it thinks that the game is more like almost religious sounding. I mean, there is like hell and whatnot, but. I'm thinking maybe something like something along the lines of like like you have to watch your back, right? Like no. This one's decent. Watch your drink and your friends. One of them's bound to kill you. Yeah, we're just gonna go with that. Hello? Again, frickin' ChatGPT loves dashes. Why? Who knows? We'll do a dot 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 though at the end there. Alright. Card done. Let's refresh the CSV and see if it works. There you go. Look at that. Yo, Anonymous. How you doing, dude? I think we just finished the corruption card. I think it's done. The corruption, the poison card words. Chill streaming some art. What are you up to? Nice. Just yeah, just finish the poison card and then now I'm either gonna work on the rule book or maybe pivot to some armies stuff. I'm not entirely certain. How's your projects going, dude? I was thinking about that yesterday. I don't know why, but I was randomly thinking about it. Oh, you are streaming. Look at that. I see you. Look at you. Isn't that that's a yeah. Okay, well, still stuck on an art style. Well, I'm watching your stream now. I see you. Look at this. Look at this art, guys. Look at him go. Nice, dude. I'm happy you I know this is like you just started streaming, right? It's not something you've been doing, right? Because I know you were talking about I'm 100% gonna follow you. But yeah, I know you're talking about wanting to do that, but yeah, proud of you for starting that. Let's give you a shout out. There you go. Look at that. Cheers, bro. Yeah. No worries, dude. Yeah. Good stuff. Hell yeah. Heck to the yeah. Just started using it to keep myself accountable for doing art. Honestly, a lot of that, I mean, that's not why I stream, but it is a great way to it's definitely a great way to do it, for sure. I definitely feel like I get a lot more done. It's a very, like, productive 3 hours whenever I stream, usually. I mean, sometimes I just sit here and yap, but... or, like, you know... like, just, like, I don't know, argue with Maximus about what's better. Argue is really the wrong word, but debate. You know, but it's still a good thing to do, you know? So, yeah, so there's poison. Kind of want to, I don't know, like, I really should work on the rule book for Blackridge. And I say I would do it off stream, but I don't know if I will, you know. I guess I could do both. Ooh, yawn. I could work on maybe I just work on this for a bit and then like in an hour or something I'll pivot over to armies. Now that this is actually cracked, there's actually 24 tool cards instead of 21. Okay. Corruption. Well, these cards take up... Well, a lot of these cards take up inventory slots and can only be removed with items or during special events. However, after a player dies, they may then be played. It'll probably be like a C corruption or like something like that. See whatever down here. Because there actually needs to be a... like ordering all this is a little weird. I guess it'd be here, right? That was definitely wrong. Corruption card. I still feel weird about like my voice cracked there. Still feel weird about like saying like the player, if the player is dead, right? Like it's technically like obviously the player isn't dead, right? Is that how you're supposed to say it in game rules, right? Like if you're like if this person does this, then they die, and then you're like, well, obviously they're not dead in real life. Not that anyone would be confused by that, but like, is that proper terminology to use in a rule book? I don't know. So much corruption, but these cards can never be removed. Even after... Good enough. We went through most of this. Let's see. Incidents, mandatory events, participant. These events take the form of mini-games with unique rules. That seems like extra words. These events are mini-games. I feel like it needs more though. These events maybe like switch things up by giving a I hate how it does that. Stop. It's better. Is that not? I don't know. These events switch things up by giving. I literally like had this use its redefine function and then it just didn't work. God, I hate how freaking I hate how AI words things sometimes. It, like a lot of time does it like very like corporate, right? It's like these dynamic with extra synergy, and it's like you're using like old corporate buzzwords. These events switch things up by giving. But giving is the wrong word. By I don't know. Introducing. Yeah, that's better. Introducing is the word I was looking for. Sure, that works for me. Okay, moving on. Within event types, these are there are single and multi events. Single events have only one option on the card that players can bet on. Multi events have two options players can bet on. Pay attention if the card says effects on both events. You may bet on both events if you like. Okay. A player may participate in both events if they wish. However, pay attention to your cards and see if any state that they own if they wish each I guess just say it like each card only will affect a single event unless stated otherwise. There we go. That's good. Words. Yay. Huzzah. I have a note here that just says play space. I don't know what note, I mean, I guess just talking about the board, right? Best viewers. Oh, we got a new one, huh? We got to get rid of Boost Swift now. Got to ban you into oblivion. Let's see. How do we I finally got a new domain. Question is, how do we add a new bannable word? I don't remember how to do this. That's not what we needed. I thought this was easy, but of course, not knowing where it is makes it difficult. Yeah, of course I'm not finding it. There's got to be, isn't there a search function on the banned words? Lock terms and phrases. Here we go. All right, boost Swift. Oh, I did not mean to feature you. There we go. Just nipping that in the bud right now. No, get banned. Delete message. There we go. No stream boo for you. Okay, play space. What do we need to talk about with the play space, though? That's the thing. I almost wonder if play space should be under setup, though. And this might almost be yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we just include that in here somewhere. Setup. Each player draws. Let's start with, like, maybe these should just be like like this, maybe. Heading 3. Still unsure why it's different, but whatever. We're probably gonna end up making, like, reformatting all this anyway, so it's like whatever. Um, why does it change the font color? Like, makes it gray. I don't like hate it, but it changes the stuff underneath it too. Um, um, actually, there's like, what is it, 6 separate decks? Okay, the player deck is separated into tools, rations. So let's start with weapons, actually. Weapons, tools, and rations. And then placed on the... Well, that's fine. Player item deck is separated into with placing the additionally the corruption deck, damage deck, and event deck are placed. It's definitely not how you spell corruption. I just can't spell it. It's just a word I can't spell, apparently. C-O-R-R-U-P-T-I-O-N. Corruption. Corruption. Okay, that maybe helps. Maybe I don't even need this subheading. Maybe like bold this word, but I don't know if that's even necessary. Okay, then players will draw 5 cards. These cards are based off of the following loadouts. Okay. Huzzah. We're getting work done. We're doing it. We're living the dream. Okay. Determine the first player by rolling dice, or rolls highest goes first. Sure. Turns proceed clockwise. I guess that probably should be put in here, I guess. Help if I didn't have the line crossed out thing. Finally. Draw one event. Start the game. Huzzah. Okay, maybe we'll have this relatively done before I get sick of it. I mean, I guess we got a good amount here, but we've already gotten a good amount done, so and it'll at least be good enough to have for just playtesting purposes. And then once the playtesting is all done, then I'll finally make the rulebook. But like the, you know, nice pretty one. Okay. Event participation. Creature events. This needs to be a subheading. Oh, no, hold on. There we go. Oh, that already is heading on. Oh, okay. Sorry. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to figure out how this looks formatted. Event participation. So this would be heading 4. Let's just do this and this, and then update heading to match. Cool. Creature events. When a creature event is revealed, the active player goes first and must choose one of the following actions. Pass, the player does not participate in the event. Not allowed for mandatory events, true. But also no creature is mandatory anymore, so that doesn't matter. Bid. The player places a bid. The player places one or more cards face down. For multi-events, they must specify which option they're bidding on, true. If the player chooses to play a corrupted item, it is played sideways. I think that's maybe fine. Play an item that is corrupted, maybe is the better way to say it. Bid, if the player places one or more card... Oh, I already read that. Partner up. A player may choose to partner up with others for the bid. If other players agree... If I guess any other player agrees, they can combine their resources for the bid. Each player will declare how much they can contribute and play their cards face down. The player does not have to be true. I guess maybe we'll say careful. The player... Careful. The player does not have to be truth when declaring their cards. I guess this just goes here, right? Players must agree ahead of time. Players must also agree ahead of time on how they will split the rewards if they should win the bet. Cool. Play a corruption card. Right. Let's just... A rule book. If a player is dead, how should that be phrased? I'm just trying to see. Eliminated player, defeated player. Dead player supports the tone. Yeah, I guess dead is fine. I just wasn't sure if that was like something people used as a term, right? Like if you would, because like obviously the player isn't dead. They're dead in fiction, but they're not dead in reality, so it just feels kind of weird to say it. If you die in this game, you die in real life. Play a corruption card. A player must be dead. Maybe this is just something we include in the text. To play a corruption. I did it. Card, a player must be dead. And then here I'll do like with a few exceptions. guess to say it like maybe unless a card states otherwise. This works the same as betting. This works similarly to a bet, however, the player must must play the card face up and may only play one card per event. I'm still not sure on the one card per event thing, but I think like some of them are powerful enough that if you played more than one card, it could just like instantly end the game. Is that the kitten I hear? Hello? Do you want in? I was gonna pick her up and share her with the world, but she wanted to go into her box. Her brand new Amazon box. Here, we'll show Luna for a second. Focus. Focus. It's not focusing. Why is this thing not focusing lately? There you go. There's my mouth. Hello? Kitten, why does it not work? It doesn't want to focus. Can I focus on like a keyboard? There we go. Kitten. You saying hi? There she is. So cute. So fluffy. Alright. Back to work. Suppose I could just... Why does this cord feel shorter than it used to be? I used to be able to have it like... I guess it used to be... I wanna get a... You can turn on the Luna cam. But I don't know why it's not that cam. I don't know if that's even worth it. She just looks like a little fluff in the bottom of the screen. Alright, whatever. It's okay. Moving on. Does bluffing just go here? Once a player takes an action, the player... I guess these go here. Okay, bluffing. Any card played face down should be played face up can be used to bluff. Some tools or rations. The card has no effect other than its deception. If the card is bluffed as being corrupted, you take corruption listed on that card. If there is no listed corrupted effect, then you take one corruption. I mean, that makes sense. I guess there needs to be like some rules here. If a card or players may bluff on an event. With the following stipulations, maybe? However, the card has no effect other than its deception. I feel like other than how the card has no effect, I feel like other than its deception sounds weird. No effect when cards are revealed. Cards used to bluff are still discarded at the end of the event. Maybe bluffing goes after everything. I don't know. If a card is used to bluff is being corrupted, you take the... Yeah, okay. If the card is bluffed as maybe having a being corrupted. You take the corruption listed on the card. If there is no listed effect, a corrupted effect, then you take one corruption. That's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure if this belongs here. There might be like an organizational pass at some point. But yeah. Cost for non-weapon cards. We're actually pretty close to being done with a pass on this, and then maybe we after that we'll pivot. We do have 2 minutes until a break. So we will have an ad break in 2 minutes. Cost for non-weapon cards. Any non-weapon bet counts as a per item basis. Yeah, it said bases, not basis. Some events don't I'm just gonna let this roll. It might have pre-rolls for half a second, but we'll see how that works. Some events don't use weapons to bet, but instead use other cards. Hello. How you doing? I know I've seen you in here at least once before, but not joke? Not joke? I'm bad with names. You let me know if I'm saying it right. No jock? Not joke? I guess it'd be not joke. Hello? What just happened? Oh, divine feline location. Okay, we will definitely do that. We are about to hit an ad though, so I'm gonna do that right after the ad. You'll have to give me 3 minutes, and I definitely will do it because we're hitting an ad in 5 seconds. So, I will see you right after this break. course, it says starting soon, but we'll just do this. Okay, B.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely place. Mad Libs. Yeah, that's right, Mad Libs. The book that you fill in random words to get silly sentences like,
"Ouch," he said stupidly as he jumped into his convertible cat and drove off with his brave wife.
Or at least that's what the book has as like a prompt. Anyway, but before I get to explaining how I use this in my game, let's talk about magic and games in general. Because even though I've been trying to find a solution to making spells in games, it's not like it hasn't been done before. I'm making a tabletop role-playing game, so let's look at the king of TTRPGs, Dungeons & Dragons. Yeah, I look at this game a lot. Get over it. But yeah, while I say digging into it, there's really not that much digging to be done. There's about a total of 4 paragraphs in the Dungeon Master Guide, 3 paragraphs of which say, "Look at this chart, you dumb, stupid idiot." And the others say, if you create 2 powerful spells or dumb ones, then you'll break the game. Of course, this is paraphrasing a bit, but, you know, it's hardly a structured system for spells. Which basically means the best way to make a spell in D&D is make up whatever you want the spell to do, and then find an existing one to keep it balanced. Which allows you to figure out what sort of stats, along with spell slots or spell components, if you use those. Okay, so this really isn't going to work for us, so let's take a look at video games. One that always comes to mind for me is Oblivion. The concept for this was pretty simple. There was a list of magical effects the player acquired based on their mastery of each spell. Then there was a category for the way the player would cast a spell, whether it's self, touch, or target. Target meaning spell like pew pew. Furthermore, longer durations or more powerful effects would have a higher gold cost, along with a higher mana cost when you actually, use the spell. So this is a pretty cool idea. However, in classic Bethesda style, it could be completely abused and made the game incredibly broken. For instance, I remember one time making a character with 100% chameleon, which basically made you invisible all the time, and other characters couldn't even see you, even when you were attacking them. Or this one I found where someone used a drain effect to somehow become invisible riding a horse, seeing your own lifeless body. I don't know. Now, that isn't to say that in a tabletop RPG, a game master couldn't help balance this sort of system and make it fair, but that just kind of puts us back on the same problem of D&D's spell creation. Now, I know there's probably newer games that have better spell systems that exist. Like, I think Wizard of Legends is supposed to have some cool stuff, but I don't have time to play other people's games. Come on, what are you talking? I'm making my own game. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, but seriously, let's get to the point. I was pondering all of this over one day, and then it came to me. Mad Libs. A sentence with a bunch of blanks that you could fill with nouns, verbs, and adjectives to make a complete sentence. Or in my case, a spell with a bunch of blanks that could be filled with different elements, casting sizes, shapes, and durations. So rather than our other 2 examples, where you would either have someone creating something completely from scratch, or the other being just stacking spells on top of each other to make a new one, this gives you a base spell to fill with blanks, and then you can customize it how you like. For instance, let's say you had something like cast blank element, blank number of feet, and that affects a blank sized blank shape. I can fill that and say cast a fireball 30 feet that affects a 15-foot sized sphere. Or maybe something like cast water 10 feet away that affects a 100-foot cube. Now, one thing I neglected to mention is my game is card-based, so the spell base and components would end up being made out of cards rather than, writing it on a notepad, which I suppose makes it a lot more like another game. That's right. Apples to apples, which really just goes to show that everyone's stealing ideas from each other. I mean, apples to apples is just Mad Libs in card form, which leads me to my next point. At first I was thinking I was super original with this idea, but it turns out
I've returned.
One cozy Christmas morning, I received...
If you were enjoying that video, please check me out at Beats Creations on YouTube. However, we have a kitten finder that must be accomplished. Let's see, let's hope this works. Phone camera. Resume. It does. All right, you won't be able to hear me, but you'll be able to see the kitten. Well, you might be able to hear me. She's not far. Hi. Hello. Becky. Okay. There we go. Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta make it so it doesn't do that after I go from that screen to the screen. Box kitty. Woo! Yes. So cute. Welcome in, Fig. How you doing? Yes, there was the kitty. She has now been sufficiently petted. But yeah, there you go. Hopefully that redeem was worth it. Yeah. She's such a cutie. So fluffy. Yeah. Back to rulebook editing. I know it's not the most interesting content, so hopefully it's something, but you know, here we are. Can't all be winners. Sometimes you just need to get work done. Cost for non-weapon cards. Did I finish this one? Yeah. Some events don't use weapons to bet, but I feel like use other cards instead. It sounds better. I was gonna appreciate your stream title. I was gonna say I can't remember yet. Day 60 on my 14-day game project. I've been trying to do funny ones. It's been my goal. But thank you. I appreciate that you appreciate them. Any non-weapon. If you guys have like, why does my voice keep cracking? You guys have if you guys have any questions about the game, I can show you. Because this is also supposed to be entertaining for you. So if you are curious about anything, I can show you. Any non-weapon bet counts. Maybe just say instead these bets count as a per item basis. Whoever places the most items is the winner. Just got here and I'm tired. Which game are you working on today? This is Blight of Blackridge. East one. The cowboy one. The Western cowboy horror game. Yeah, I like this one. Yeah. Implying you don't like the other one? I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. I am just rolling you. JK rolling you, you know what I mean? But yeah, oops. But yeah, we're probably gonna get there's only a little bit more work to do on this. Like once the rulebook is done, it's all kind of play testing from there. And then once like the game's been play tested enough that we know it works, there'll probably be a few updates for like wording and stuff or clarity issues. And then once that is done, I'll just make the ruled book look pretty kind of like my armies against Entropy one. Nope. Okay, it just doesn't pop up. Just trying to be lazy, but no. Actually, this one. Make it look something more like this, right? Where it's all nice and fancy looking. And then, of course, this one's also gonna have to change because there's a bunch of added stuff and rules are changing now and whatever, but here we are. But yeah, anyway, back at it. Okay, cost for non-weapon cards. Some events don't use weapons to bet, but use other cards. These bets count as a per item basis. Whoever places the most items is the winner. Non-weapon cards. The non-weapon costs for tools. Tools will be consumed and have no effect. Gotcha, okay. This probably... If the cost is for a tool, comma, the tool's effect is nullified. A tool must be placed on an event with the intent to use it for it to have an effect. That's definitely not the way this should be worded. I feel like it's okay. If the cost is for a tool, the tool's effect is nullified. A tool must be placed on an event with the intent to use it for it to have an effect. I mean, maybe that's okay. Part of it is because any tool placed on that wager's effect is nullified. Maybe that's a little clearer. Alright, some events don't use weapons to bet, but use other cards instead. These bets count as a per item basis. Whoever places the most item is the winner. If the wager is for a tool, any tool placed on that wager's effect is nullified. A tool must be placed on an event with the intent to use it for it to have an effect. That seems clear enough. Oh, this is not the right font size. So this is all should be font size 11, and it should all be black. Nope, black font. I have like cat hair all over me now after petting Luna. She's shedding so bad. She has been for like months now. Getting rid of all that winter fur. Is maybe heading 4. This one. This needs some sort of heading. It's like, I don't know yet. Maybe these do go after. Yeah, I think these go after. These all go here. Once a player takes an action, the next player in the turn order chooses their action. I guess it's the turn order chooses their action. They may choose to pass, bid, partner up. I don't think that's necessary. Once a player chooses their action, the next player in the order chooses. Once a player takes their first action, the next player in the turn order chooses their action. After all players act, the first player may raise their bid by adding more cards or corrupting existing ones. This continues in turn order. It doesn't, that's extra. This continues until all bets are final. Cool. All cards are then revealed in and highest bid wins with the following notes. A partnership that succeeds rewards are split and agreed upon by the players. In the case of a tie, no players gain the reward. However, if it is a creature event, this is a creature event. In the case of a tied bet. I feel like this doesn't. In the case of a tie, no player gains their rewards, but they also avoid its penalty. Avoid the penalty. All items that are bid are then discarded. The winner may then take the reward. In some cases, this is determined by rolling a 6-sided die. Rewards are then drawn from the appropriate reward deck. This feels like it needs and maybe this is fine. This is a subheading 4. Sometimes to determine what happens first when concluding. I don't know if this is actually like useful information. but it's worth probably stating to have order of operations, like this, then this, and then this, and then this happen, in case if there's like an event of a tie. Usually it doesn't matter if, you know, it's just, whatever, right? It's not really that huge of a deal. But just in case, we'll have it in here. Sometimes to determine what happens first when concluding, and sometimes it might be important to determine what happens first when concluding an event. Is there 30 minutes of stream left? No, we're I'm gonna usually stream for about 3 hours, so I'll be live for another hour and a half at least. Lately I've been like my streams have been going long, so I will be here for at least an hour and a half. 30 minutes till next ad break, maybe. So more than 30 minutes, correct. Sometimes it might be important to determine what happens first when concluding an event. 30 minutes stand up. There you go. Okay. Up we go. Up we go. Thank you for the standing desk redeem. You're saving my my posture. I appreciate it. Oh, it's good for me. And there we go. We're standing now. I still think it'd be really funny to do a stream one day where I just like have redeems that raise or lower the desk by an increment of like, I think it goes by 0.1 inches per redeem, or like per thing here, so I could just like have the desk raising and lowering, and I'm just like, you know, I don't know, it'd be kind of funny. Although I'd probably break my desk, which is maybe less funny, especially when it's like $200 to buy a new one. Maybe I would do it for bits instead of a normal redeem. But yeah, anyway. Sometimes it might be important to determine what happens first when concluding an event. The order of how things resolve are as follows. That is just not even close to resolve. There we go. Beautiful. Just format paint this. And all these are, bets are revealed. Corruption cards take effect. Corruption cards take effect. What does that even mean? Oh, like, yeah, I guess corruption card effects. Corruption cards, I don't think. Corruption cards take effect. Corruption from corrupted items is distributed, are distributed. Corruption from corrupted items are distributed. Tools take effect. Weapons take effect. Detriment takes effect. Reward is given. Event is concluded. Beautiful. Hopefully that makes sense in the long run. There may end up being, I may have to like double check and make sure that's true, but shop events. Shops are no longer bets. Players may participate without competing. Oh, right. was just checking something. Okay. What to say about shops? Do I say anything about shops? Yeah. Shop. Oh, God. It's gonna be heading 4. Heading. Yeah, heading 4. Shop events are where players can buy or gamble on items. I'm trying to think how to like phrase all this. I guess I'm just gonna copy this phrasing, right? When a shop event card is revealed, the player goes first, chooses first may choose to buy from that shop. I'm still trying to figure out how, because you can play corruption cards. I feel like I kind of wonder if there should be any turn order to shops, and I'm unsure whether it matters or not. I guess it doesn't. With the exception that dead players should be able to play their cards first. I'm trying to think if there's any other reason. I think it kind of has to, especially now that I'm thinking about it, because like you could have like something like Chicken's Foot, right, where you want to play a corruption card on it, but it's kind of unfair if it's not your turn. Just be like, oh, I'm doing this before someone has the chance to do something. So really a dead player would only have yeah, I don't know. Maybe a dead player supersedes the turn order. Maybe we say that. Dead player may immediately play a corruption card. Corruption card. That works, I think. When the shop event card is revealed, any dead player may immediately play a corruption card. Then the active player who goes first may choose to buy from the shop. I think that makes sense. A player may buy from player may only buy one. Keep doing the wrong buy one item from each shop, however, if it is a multi event, they may buy one from each. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm gonna need to run this rulebook by players who haven't played the game before and then tell me if it makes sense, you know? When buying from a shop, the player must discard a card based on the cost listed on the shop. On the event? Sure. That seems good enough. Incidents. These are again, let's use the same verbiage, right? An incident event card. When an incident card event is revealed, the active player goes first and must choose goes first. Then the first reading the description of the card and following its unique God, dyslexia is hard sometimes, huh? Unique rules. I mean, that's really all I need to write in incidents. I guess just maybe if you got this, thank you. If the event says mandatory, all players must participate. I guess unless the player is dead. Which sounds like a crazy thing to say, but the question is that true? Let's find out. Would dead players be able to participate in some of these? All players must choose and place one card face down in the middle, declaring the type of card is chosen. Yes, via Soul Jar. I don't even know what Soul Jar is. I think you mean a... I can't even remember the name of it. I tried. Soul thermostatic containment transportation device. If one player dies, another player slaps him with a thermos. True. All players plays a card face down. Right, you can't play weapon, ration. That doesn't work. Players place one card into a pile. The pile is then shuffled. Each player then takes a card and puts it in their hand. The player draws a weapon, then they take a damage. The weapon would deal. The weapon may not be corrupted. This actually could be interesting to make it so dead players could participate in here. Like a dead player can place a corruption. That's kind of fun. Let's do that. And then let's remove this rule I just wrote. There we go. Dead players do not participate unless stated otherwise. I was like, what is this Discord notification? Robbie Landis is live. Good for him. All players in the pile shuffled, put in their hands of the draws a weapon. So let's just copy this and put it in here, I suppose. Whatever, this works. Let's place it down here. It's like such a mess, these documents. And much less organized than I was with armies, or I am with armies. Another player. Oh, right, I already read that. I already read your thermos slap joke. Dead players may place a corruption into the pile. All players put one card into the pile. The pile's been shuffled. Each card take. All players place one card in the pile. The pile's unshuffled. Each player takes a card and puts it in their hand. If it... All players may put one tool, weapon, or ration card into a pile. Piles then shuffled. Each player takes a card and puts it into their hand. If the card is drawn as a weapon, deals damage, player may not be corrupted. Dead players may place corruption into the pile. Oh yeah, okay. That's fun. That's what we like to call fun, you know? In this industry. Cool. Why do I feel like the text got bigger? Probably, I don't know, whatever. wonder if that's should be put first. All players put one card in the pot. Yeah, maybe we just take this. Dead players may place corruption into the pile, and we put that here. So all players place one tool, put one tool, weapon, or ration into a pile. Dead players may place a corruption into the pile. The pile is then shuffled. Each player takes a card and puts it in their hand. If the player draws a weapon, then they take damage the weapon would deal. The weapon is not corrupt. Weapon may not be corrupted. There we go. Cool. Beautiful. Easy breezy beautiful, as they say. Okay. We're actually really close to, I guess the other question is, can dead players participate in this one? Players may duel any number of other cards by choosing weapons, declaring, yeah, they need weapons specifically, so dead players can't participate? I'm just gonna remove that. Well, no, I think that's just like, it's just excess rule. It doesn't actually matter, because they should still be able to place some corruption cards on these, like adding like a thing for not participating, right? Which I guess wouldn't do anything for that, but might do something for duel, which is kind of interesting. So we're gonna leave it out. No, sorry, I keep bouncing back and forth between pages. All right, we only have like 2 more lines to write, and then we're home free. Then we're moving on to something else. Which is about perfect, because it is. After an event, players must discard a ration. If the player has no ration, they take a corruption card instead. After an event, players discard a ration. I feel like we need some like more like flavor here. After an event, is concluded, it is then meal time. Here, players must discard a ration. If a player has no ration, they take a corruption instead. After each player draws a random item and adds it into their hand. Didn't I add random card draw? Yeah, that doesn't need to be stated here then. Dead players may not draw a card. However, they are free to bluff that they did. Free to try and bluff that they did. The turn then passes to the next to I guess to hide. Hide up they are dead. I don't know. Dead characters should be able to wreak absolute havoc in incentive for other players to revive them. So you don't really, it's more like not necessarily revive, because once a player's dead, once someone's dead, they're dead. It's more of an incentive to not kill them, because they're gonna make your life harder, right? That's kind of the goal. Because it's very like, there's no real, you can team up, but really the goal is to to kill off your friends there. So yeah, that's kind of how it works. So basically, once you die, you have like all these. You take corrupted abilities into your hand, or corruption into your hand, and then you basically make everyone else's life harder with these abilities. Like you can play an extra event, or you can make it cost 2 corruption if you don't participate, or you know, add a cost to the event and that kind of stuff. So I find it fun. I think more games need like after you're dead mechanics to just keep it fun. Like a game's supposed to be fun. Yeah, a lot of time like a punishment makes sense, right? Like maybe you shouldn't necessarily always be able to, you know, do things when you're dead. Like a game should have some consequences for losing. But that said, I think it's fun when you can do something. You know, you can't win anymore, right? But at least you can do something when you're dead. Let me read this one more time. After an event is concluded, it is then mealtime. Here, players must discard a ration. If a player has no ration, they take a corruption card instead. Right. After this, players draw a random item and add it to their hand. After this, I'm going to say all players. And this maybe should just be a separate sentence because I feel like that makes it clearer that... What do the corruption cards do? Yeah, so so basically like, so you'll have your normal event. So basically what happens is an event will pop up and it'll be some sort of challenge, right? Like, I don't know, sure, Dust Devil. If you kill the creature, you get tools. If you don't kill it, you take like a damage or whatever. Damage and corruption are similar. But yeah, so what a corruption card would do, like this malice, it would increase the cost of the event by 1. So that makes it, you know, obviously more difficult for players to deal with. This should probably, this might be, you may have pointed out I need to reword some stuff. We'll take a look at it in a minute. Or like increase the detriment by 1. So like this one would make it so the you know, if the players don't participate, they take one more detriment. So it's like if you're posing a Pokemon and get attacked, it does like extra damage. Sort of. Basically it works like, I'm trying to think of how to like a comparable example. It's almost like you get like an extra challenge mode. I'm sorry, apparently the only card game I know is Pokemon. It's more like you know, like it feels a lot more like a traditional, like either a card game like poker or something like that, or like a board game like, you know, Monopoly or something, right? Like I guess a more comparable example would be like Monopoly. Like corruption cards are like if you own a space, right, and a player lands on it. This is more like that, right? Where it's basically dead players can play these corruption cards to make your life more difficult, making the challenge like an increased challenge. So like, yeah, it has higher chance of taking more damage, or it reduces the reward, or you know, adds you know, additional cost, or adds an additional event, different things like that. So that's kind of how it works, if that makes sense. It increases the difficulty of the challenge. It does. I appreciate you dumbing it down for me. It's Monday morning and I'm tired. No, you're good. I mean, like, you have zero context for the game, right? Like, if you haven't been here for every stream or have actually played the game before, it's hard to actually have, like, the context you would need to know, right? So I do not blame you. Yeah, and like I said, I don't mind answering questions about the game anyway. That's nice you say it's true, but I'm also just stupid. That's not true. You're not stupid. After an event concludes, it's mealtime. Here, players must discard a ration. If the player has no ration, they take a corruption card instead. After this, all players draw random items and add it to their hand. Dead players may not draw a card. However, they are free to try bluffing that they did to hide that they are dead. The turn then passes to the next player. The next event is drawn. That's fine, yeah. At the end of all events, if multiple players remain, this is like a new section. Win condition. This is like a subheading 3. To win the game, you must be the last player left standing. To win the game, you must I want to say like defeat all their players, but a lot of time it's like they die through virtue of through the enemies, right? The enemies are like the monsters are killing you. It's more you just want to be the last one standing. I guess that's fine then, right? I guess you could say you win the game if you win, I guess phrase it this way. A player wins the game if all other players are dead and you are the last one standing. If players manage to get through every event, then the player with the most do I even call these negative effect cards still? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. Most negative with the, I guess, least negative effect cards wins. If in the case of a tie, the player with the least damage cards wins. Yet another subtitle here. Additional rules. This actually isn't this is actually free. Trading cards. Players may trade or barter cards at any time. Barter with other players. Or barter for cards at. I can't. Players may trade or barter cards with other players at any time. I don't know actually anything else to say there. I feel like that's just like the main point. I just want to make sure that like people know that that's like Let's make trade or barter with other players. Barter cards with other players at any time. I could do an example here, I guess. For instance, if a player needs a ration for mealtime, they might trade a weapon with another player to do so. When you died, you lose items you have or lose tools you had, or they just kind of stuck with you and other players won't have any way to obtain them. So the interesting thing is your inventory is your health. And I'll show you. I'll show, not tell. Yeah, so this game's a little unique in that your inventory and your health are the same thing. Essentially, should have this open earlier because it's easy to illustrate things. Light of Blackridge. So basically, just remove this for demonstration purposes, delete. Okay, so basically a player will have, well, this is actually the old version of the game. This really needs updating. It's very old. So you'll have like all your cards in here, right? And as you take damage or corruption, those are added to your deck. And then if you take a damage or corruption, you have an item, you have to discard an item and then take that corruption into your hand. So, you know, as you play items, or if you don't have, or if you take more damage, those fill up your hand. And then once your hand is full, right? Once you've lost enough things, once your hand is full, this is when you're dead, if your hand is full of damage or corruption. So yeah, you can't really even lose items because well, you lose items in a way that, like, if you take a corruption, you basically have to, like, choose a card to discard. So we're about to hit an ad, so we're gonna take a little bit of a break. And I'm gonna sit back down because it's been 38 minutes. I'll give you a little bit extra there. But yeah, we're about to hit an ad. I will be back in 3 minutes. You guys enjoy the video in the meantime. If for some reason you get out of the ads early, and I'll be back in 3 minutes.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely place. Mad Libs. Yeah, that's right. Nano Project. All right, it's
3 minutes in.
There is examples where you would either have someone creating something completely from scratch, or the other being just stacking spells on top of each other to make a new one. This gives you a base spell to fill with blanks, and then you can customize it how you like. For instance, let's say you had something like cast blank element, blank number of feet, and that affects a blank sized blank shape. I can fill that and say cast a fireball 30 feet that affects a 15-foot sized sphere. Or maybe something like cast water 10 feet away that affects a 100-foot cube. Now, one thing I neglected to mention is my game is card-based, so the spell base and components would end up being made out of cards rather than, writing it on a notepad, which I suppose makes it a lot more like another game. That's right, apples to apples. Which really just goes to show that everyone's stealing ideas from each other. I mean, apples to apples is just Mad Libs in card form, which leads me to my next point. At first I was thinking I was super original with this idea, but it turns out I wasn't. One cozy Christmas morning, I received a package from my friend, and it was this, hold on. This game, Cryptozoic Entertainment's Epic Spell Wars of the Battle Wizards, Duel at Mount Skullfire, is a very similar game. All right, back into the recording closet I go. The game goes like this. You are wizards battling each other. And to do that, of course, you have to cast spells. Casting a spell consists of 3 components: a source, a quality, and a delivery. A spell can consist of just one of these components, or up to all 3, but not more than one of each, unless the card specifies, but yeah. Then combining all these cards together makes a full spell. There is some other nuance to this, like magic types and stuff like that helps the game have a little bit more complexity, but that's the main idea. So in theory, you could just take this game and slap it onto an existing tabletop RPG as your spell system, but the real problem is this is extremely mechanics heavy. Cards can create more cards, creating other cards to create more effects that end up chaining into some really interesting combos. However, I'm striving for my game to not be too crunchy and allow it to be more roleplay focused, so I, don't want to do that. That being said, despite me not being completely original, there are some improvements and changes I can make to implement this sort of system into my game. But before I do that, I have a confession to make. I've been lying to you this entire time. My game doesn't really have magic at all. It's a sci-fi game with nanotechnology that allows a character to become more powerful than a normal human, using things like fire and water. Okay, it's magic, all right? It's magic. It's just, as Arthur C. Clarke once said, any sufficient advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. But yeah, so implementing this idea into my game. Let's start with a familiar format of Cards Against Humanity. One set of cards with blanks and one with filler words. Or in my system, nano programs, and the fillers are going to be called nanites, so I'll be referring to them.
All right, I've returned.
The question arises, how are each of these cards implemented? Currently, the player will draw around 6 ability cards.
If you're enjoying the video, check me out. YouTube, Beats Creations. Huzzah. There we go. Let's go back to this. I'm pretty sure that's everything, though, right? Players may trade or barter cards with other cards at any time. For instance, if a player needs a ration for mealtime, they might trade a weapon with another player to do so. To do so doesn't really make sense. It's another player. I feel like I could also do like or a player might ask to be included on a bet by offering a ration or tool to a player as a way to partner up. Maybe instead of included, to be partnered up on a bet by offering to give them a ration or tool. That's good enough. Yeah, I think that's everything. We just make this smaller to fit onto the page before. Or is that gonna be too small? That works. This is also gonna be redone because the cards look completely different. But yeah, here we are. Can this be centered? Look at that. Okay, we are done with the rulebook for now. I'll probably have to look it over again later, but I don't think I'm just gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that on stream. Cool. I guess we're gonna pivot over to probably some Blackridge stuff. Actually, wait, I need to do, or not Blackridge, Wilhan. We need to actually look at corruption cards for a second. This should say cost or wait. Help. Cost, and what do we yeah, wager, right? Yeah. This should say cost or wager. It also clarifies that you can use it on a shop. Increase the detriment of a creature event by 1. Increase the detriment of a creature event by it's decrease, increase, decrease. This has to say or wager as well. Just some clarifying stuff. This is pretty much, I'm hoping that the mechanics don't need to change that much and that this will just be all sort of clarity stuff in the future. So yeah, but we'll see. Yeah. Oops. Wrong button. Cool. All right. Yeah. There we go. Hopefully that's just the game. Hopefully that's just done. Look who it is. No, you look who it is. Bean. That's even your real name. What up, dude? Welcome on in. Beans. Yeah, you said beats. Beats. What are you doing? Beans. Anyway. Yeah, what's up, dude? How are you doing today? Yeah, I think we're done with Blackridge. Runner being resubscribed for 3 months at tier 1.
Runnerbean36 just subscribed for 3 months. Wah.
Wah. That was not the sound I expected it to say. But thank you so much, dude. Hell yeah. Wah. Wah. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot. I really do. You're making the dream come true. I'm good, thank you. Happy face. I just finished work. Finished late. Sad face. You okay? Hush, nerd. I'm doing quite well. I think Blackridge is finally done. Ish. Like, it needs playtesting, right? I'm gonna need to like go through and playtest the game multiple times, and make sure there's no like weird things or typos or any of that stuff. And make sure all the stuff works. But there is, nope, not that one. This one. There's the rules have been fixed. Obviously, I'm gonna need to make it. Like I was saying, I need to make it prettier, like the armies one, but major yikes. What time zone are you in, Bean? JK, I'm telling you, JK, keep telling me how great I am. I will do it forever. How do you, I'm British. Just a little British, just a little, I don't know. Just leave me alone. So it's 1644 here. In the year 1644. Why do you say 1644 p.m.? Isn't that redundant? It was a test, you failed. That's fair. $16:44 p.m. But yeah. Yes, it is. I am redundant. That's fair. Yeah. So I think this is done. Well, you being nice. Being nice to people. Yeah. Who, when, where? I think we're good though. I think we basically just move on to, I can be nice, you know. Sometimes. Just kidding. Just kidding. Of course you can. I say to the guy who just subscribed to me for 3 months. We met once. I rebranded. It was Dragon Sparks. Yeah. It's true. Oh, the Spyro man. Spyro lady, actually. Or woman. There you go. My apologies. How dare you, Bean? Yo, I'm off. Catching you later, bro. All right, dude. Thank you for stopping by, Anonymous. I'll have to catch your streams. Everyone, Anonymous is streaming now. Go get him. Sick him. Go lurk whilst I prepare dinner. See you shortly. Deal. I can be whatever. There you go. I mean, a woman is a type of man, right? A woo man. I'm sorry, I'm done. I'm fired. Anyway, a human. Uh-oh, yeah. I'm just a woo man. All just types of humans, you know? I feel Thalamus coming out of his crypt. Yeah. Let's see if you're right. He's not in chat, so I would suppose not. Okay. I'm just yapping here. What am I? Now I'm lurking. Sure. Likely story. All right, yeah, I think we moved to army stuff. Yeah. I don't think there's literally I'll have to get you on to do some playtesting piece. Yeah, dude, I would love to. I really need to do playtesting on my games as well. I need to like start. I don't know, yeah, maybe it'd be cool to like try to find other streamers to do it, but I also like army stuff. Speaking of, an army convoy went past me on my drive home. Lurk, you idiot. That's cool though. That's pretty rad, I guess, potentially. But yeah, what was I even saying? Yeah, working on armies. Cause yeah, I think we're just done with Blackridge. I'm kind of like reeling because I'm like unsure if I'm actually done, but I think it's probably just playtest time. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Playtesting with other streamers and stuff. I would like to do that. I do want to find a better way to make this, right? Like this more interesting. Because I feel like you go like, oh yeah, I just played this card and then, you know, like watching a board game isn't the most interesting thing. It's interesting on my turn, right? Like, oh, I can do this and I'm talking blah, blah, and I'm doing this. And then when it's someone else's turn, I feel like, I mean, I guess it depends, right? Like if a good streamer will like talk about what they're doing as they're doing it, or like at least have a conversation with me while they're doing it. But a lot of time it ends up being, if people narrated more, it'd be more interesting. Yeah. So like that's something I probably need to talk to people about while I play, right? Because a lot of time my friends play and they're not necessarily streamers. So I think that might be something I need to like, whatever. I also thought it could be interesting, and I'm not sure how it would work, but like let's look at armies for a second. Let me just open the game. I don't have to close it to open it. What am I doing? What am I doing? Like if we're playing this and I'm playing on my side and have all my cards here, right? And someone else has their cards here. Can't really get a full picture of the game. I was tempted to like potentially have multiple sources of a game open, but I don't know if I can do that. At least be joined into my own game, right? Should we try? Can I open Steam? Can I open an additional copy of... I thought you could, but I don't know actually how you do that. Yeah, because the game's already running. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I wanted to have, like, I think it'd be cool to have, like, multiple camera angles of stuff already going. Because technically you can just do... like you can set up cameras in this. Like I could like do this. Right, and I can do this, and I could save a camera. I could save to control 1, and I can hit. Oh wait, no, that saves it. Control 1 saves the camera, and then maybe hitting 1 goes to it. 1? No. Shift 1? Yeah, if I hit Shift 1, it goes to that camera. So like I could have whatever, but like I don't think you can actually set cameras to, like I can't have multiple recordings of separate cameras that show different parts of the game going on at once, because part of the problem is, yeah, unless if someone's talking through their entire turn, and even then it's a little bad for viewership, because players, or like people who are watching, don't necessarily know how the game is played, right? Whereas a video game, if someone's playing, it's pretty easy to pick up like what they're doing. But a card game, like you need to know the rules in order to play it, or in order to like understand how it's played, right? And yeah, you could pick it up if you watch eventually, like watch enough of it eventually. But I want more of there's a word for it, and I can't remember what it is. Someone came in here and told me once, and I don't remember what it was called. Word for something being intuitive just by looking at it. What was it called? Design perspective. Affordance? Yeah. How does it, can we make sure I'm pronouncing that right? Affordance. So basically what it is it's a design perspective, like a door with a handle you need to pull, and a door with a plate you need to push. So you wouldn't put a handle on a door that you need to push, right? This game basically needs more of that, or like I need to find a way to present it that people look at it and go, I know how this game's working, right? Whereas right now it's kind of just like whatever. I could get around that. I've been tempted to make some sort of redeem that shows like how to play the game real quick, right? And like people could do that as like a one-time redeem for like one channel point, and it'll go, "Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is how you play Armies Against Entropy." It probably wouldn't actually say my name, but you know, this is how you play Armies Against Entropy in 1 minute. And then it just goes through, and I just make a short, and I can post that on my channel. I can post it in here, and then have it as a redeem. I think that's probably my best solution currently. Of course, that requires me to make a video, but it's probably a good video to have anyway. But I'm also like, do I even bother when the rules are still changing? God, I keep getting cat hair all over me. I probably need to wash my gloves. They probably have like a bunch of cat hair on them. My nose is itchy from it. But yeah, that's one of the things I need to do to make this more of like an interactive experience that like I think other people could participate in. Otherwise, maybe my next game is something that's very much more streamer friendly, and I don't know exactly how that works, right? I don't know if you can make a card game that's streamer friendly. Tiny monsters were just fighting behind me and ended saying, "Okay, everyone has a hedgehog now." I mean, yay. That's my life. My life is currently going. I mean, I'm just happy I have a hedgehog now, you know? I'll vote for that platform. If you vote for me, a vote for me is a vote for hedgehogs, you know? Anyway, yeah, I need to add more affordance to my game. Or to my streams, rather, not necessarily to the game, because I don't think I can really add more to the game. I think there is a way to make it heroes. Yeah, I know. I was already told that the other day. Were you there for that? I'm sorry. Well, no, I just haven't changed it. It'll update when I do the next game update. Yeah, I was there. I feel bad. He felt embarrassed by it. He was cool though. Hopefully he comes back. But yeah, no, that'll change when I just do the next update. It just doesn't make sense to do it now without the whatever. I was cracking up. He's like, I've been following for months. This is the first thing I say. He seems super nice. Yeah, I know. I was like, oh no, don't be embarrassed. I mean, I appreciate people lurking, you know? Like, I mean, that it definitely helps. So if he's lurking, thank you for being here. But yeah, anyway, I need to basically make this more stream friendly if I keep doing it. Keep doing playtesting and stuff. And then I can playtest with other people, and I think that would be cool, right? Like have other people play the game with me on stream, which I, you know, already do, but like people I don't know would be, not necessarily don't know, but you know, who also stream or anything like that. So, yeah, that's just me yapping though. What's next? Let's just do some hello? Let's do some more armies work. I guess we can go into patch 1.1.6. Probably go over all these patches and then kind of decide what or all these notes and decide what's important here and what needs to actually be fixed. We'll write it out what needs to actually be done, and then let's kind of organize these notes into actual patch notes, and then we'll actually implement it later. I'm pretty convinced we're doing the stacking minions solution. So we'll see there. It's got to figure out what exactly that means for things and stuff, you know. I gotta make sure that what I'm actually trying to say is try to test this other solution. I could do it. I'm not 100% convinced the minion units is a good thing, because I'll really need to do a lot of changing, whereas this is pretty much like it just works now. It might not be the ideal solution, but it does work nicely, I suppose. So we'll get to it. Okay, let's just start and write down all the things. Husk and Abyssal Horde interaction. What was that? Let's find out. What's Husk do again? Husk. Abyssal Horde. What is the interaction between these? Husk, play 1 minion when a monster... so it's an order of an operations thing. So basically, Husk plays a minion when a monster, ruins, or wasteland is destroyed. Abyssal Horde. When this monster attacks, play a minion. Oh, and when it dies... So the problem is when Abyssal Horde dies, this should in theory play a minion card. The question is, what happens first? Technically, in order of operations, the Abyssal Horde should the minions should attack and then the minion, like if this is what your board setup looks like, right? If you have, you know, whatever, 3 minions and a husk. In theory, Abyssal Horde dies, all these minions should attack, and then a card is drawn. I believe that's technically how that should work. Let me look at my rulebook though, and see if that is at all conclusive. Oh, you know what I could do besides working on this is actually implement the game. Actually implement Blackridge to tabletop. Kind of want to work on this though. Maybe and honestly, implementing it to tabletop is gonna be something I can just do. I should just do that. I'll do that in my spare time. That's something I should just do. Whatever. Order operations. Generally, order of operations is flexible, though some situations require a hierarchy. Sorry, let me read this. Generally, order of operations is flexible, though some situations require specific sequences. Here is the hierarchy for resolving effect. Cost resolve first before any other effects. After cost, our spells and abilities are then resolved. If multiple spells and abilities are played at the same time, players may decide which one resolves first. Following this, curses take precedence, then defeated effects, then triggered effects. And there's a Z there that shouldn't be there. For any other remaining conflicts, the players may decide in order which they resolve. This should probably include... let's see. Rule book order of operations should include base effects for players and monsters. Otherwise, honestly, I don't think there should be anything to say there. Another stupid question. Will this be a digital game to download or a physical game to get? So I don't really have programming skills. I would potentially make armies digital. But I don't think I would make Blackridge digital. It doesn't really, I don't think it would really work. I mean, it would, but it's like no different than playing like a, you know, like Monopoly on a computer, which I just feel is weird. It's not that weird, but like, unless it's a popular game, people aren't going to play it on a computer. It may as well just stay as, you know, tabletop simulator game. But yeah, Blackridge, Black Ridge, way more fun as a physical game. Armies could be a good digital game, but so this game could be a much better it could arguably maybe even a better digital game, but I don't have that knowledge and unsure whether I want to devote a ton of time to that. Granted, once this is done, the game is finished, and so I just would have to follow, like, all the rules are there, right? I would just have to follow it to make the game, right? So in theory, it's not that hard, but of course I don't know coding, so you know, it's much harder than it sounds. But the game would be completely done. It's like having a perfectly good design document that you can just completely follow to make the game. It would just be making sure all that can work, right? So ideally, Armies, yes, would be a digital game, but for now it's on Tabletop Simulator. You can play it whenever you want. And once I have a big enough following, I would like to have a printed version. But I want to have a big enough following that I can get a like a Kickstarter or something to do that. Maybe I'll make a few copies for myself and maybe friends and stuff like that, but because you can get it on like the Game Crafter or something like that, but I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, right now you can play it on Tabletop Simulator. But yeah, I don't know if I need to change the wording on this, because technically these should just be handled in the rules as to which one happens first. But maybe not, though. Yeah, I mean, technically it should. Because I don't know if I want... I feel like I kind of want this to be a card ruling, or a rule ruling, rather than like editing the card to make it make sense. That I'm unsure about, but we'll see. All right, Ravager Muck. What's this? What's the situation with Ravager Muck? You know what I mean? Some sort of weird interaction. Muck, Ravager. If this card, this card mimics the attack order of the previous card. If there are no previous cards, it follows its own attack order. Sure. If this card is destroyed the first turn, that doesn't really matter, right? It's attacking the same attack order regardless. I don't see how this is a problem. I guess it just can't attack heroes, right? It just attacks structures instead. That's fine. I guess it just means if there's a muck and there's only heroes out, if there's like only lands, then Ravager does nothing, which is like fine, I think. Oh, yeah, and then the other question is, should Ravager copy the next card, but I think previous makes more sense. Well, I don't know, we'll leave it. I I think none of that's gonna change. Keep an eye on Cleric. I agree with that. They're probably too strong, but we're gonna leave it. Consider rewording Maw. Maw definitely needs to be reworded. It also needs like some stipulations on it. Wait, what is Maw? I will show you what Maw is. Maw is short for Maw of the Forgotten, which is this guy. His wording is really bad, but I'm not entirely certain how much needs to change. The OG cards, aka the Old God cards. Maw of the Forgotten. This monster attacks before card draw. In order to attack, this monster destroys a minion. When attacking, destroy the card attacked. All right, let me reword this. So what do I need to include? It needs to originally had that the card was disabled on when placed. I don't know if that's necessary, but the problem is when it's placed, it's supposed to attack before card draw. Because the problem is it has to attack before card draw. Here's the concept, right? The idea is that this thing, what happens is when it is played, it has to have minions alive in order to attack. So if it has a minion, it kills it and then it attacks, right? And then its attack destroys a card. So in theory, if you kill all the minions, he can't do anything. But the problem is when he's drawn, he is supposed to attack before other cards are drawn. But the problem is if he's drawn, then he can't attack. He just has to be like disabled on his turn, or like disabled when placed. Which is just more words, so I'm trying to figure out how to like get that kind of figured out, right? But yeah, it'd be nice once I get all this sort of figured out. Maybe I can do some more drawing again, because I would like to do assuming we go with the minion, the new minion idea, I at least have, you know, a few minions to draw, which will be nice. This monster attacks before card draw. Okay. So it should be like this card is disabled the turn it is placed. No, it's... This card is disabled the turn it is placed. Maybe there's a better way to word this. Like, it could be something if there are no minions active. This card is disabled. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm trying to active, maybe it should be in play. This card is disabled. I don't know if that actually fixes it though. Oh, this is a complicated one. It's because it's working with such a different mechanic that maybe I could introduce like sacrificing cards as a thing, but it's like kind of getting a little complicated. It might end up just being something different. The problem is that it needs to play first before minion draw. It needs to attack before minion draw. And unless we change like how the mechanics work, then it gets a little bit weird. I'm trying to think if there's a better way to do this. Because there will always be minions on the board, right? If it attacks after minion draw, it will always draw 2 minions, which means it will always attack. Unless it... Is there a way that it can kill... What if it works by like it only can destroy minions placed on the previous turn? Or is that just... That's too much tracking, probably. Especially if they're stacking now. I guess in order to attack this monster, destroys a minion placed on the previous turn. When attacking, it destroys the attack card. So this kind of works. But with stacking, it gets a little bit weird. Like, the new mechanic kind of ruins it. Hydrate. You're right. Thank you. The truth is, maybe this one can't be figured out until we're 100% certain on, another hydrate. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yet another hydrate. Y'all like drowning me. Thank you, though. I appreciate you keeping me keeping me watered like a plant. Yet another hydrate. The icon of you drinking water looks much happier than you reluctantly drinking water. It's true. It's because he expects me to drink a singular sip of water. I mean, it's all for the bit, really. One day I'll have to make it like 1 redeem per whatever, but like Bean, he's smart and has his redeem have a cooldown of 5 minutes. Don't you dare. Yeah, well, my life will just look like this. It's actually worse when you don't do it all at once, because then I have to like literally stop what I'm doing every 2 seconds. It's worse when you wait like half a minute to redeem more. Consider rewording Maw. Yeah, this I really I don't actually want to strike through all these. This made cat have to wait until minion rework is decided on. Nerf turtle. Did we nerf the turtle? It's like kind of too strong, but also I'm unsure if that's the nerfle. Yeah. Yep. I knew it was coming. It is a land, so it should be gaining a good amount of units anyway, right? Was that another one? That was another one. It can compare it. The problem is comparatively, it has so much more functionality than any other land, right? Well, at least a posture check this time. It's as simple as that. I'm just matching Bean's energy. True. Just means you won't ever be able to get a doodle from me, you know? I'm matching Fig's energy. True. Unleash the Bald. Okay. I haven't had that one in a while, surprisingly. 60 feels too small. It might be. Well, I was working on Blackridge. Also, what up, Bradley? How you doing? I was working on Blackridge before. This game has been being worked on for 10 months. We're almost coming up to the year anniversary. Yeah, Blackridge is actually, believe it or not, pretty much like done, I think, for now. Is that Boo? It is Boo. That is the Boo. What are you doing over there? Yeah, the problem is Turtle. I almost think Turtle needs to get rid of the passive unit gen. I do like it because I don't know, because just having passive unit gen is good on lands, right? Like, this requires you to attack something in order to get units, which is... I kind of feel like I need to remove the passive unit gen. Otherwise, it's just too strong, balance-wise. The only other way... Hi, Beans. Yes, indeed. Hello, Beans. No, the turtle is giving me Avatar vibes. Yeah, I think that was some of the inspiration on that. It's like a Turtle Island kind of deal. I'm over here procrastinating going to lift. I believe in you, Bradley. You can do it. Yeah, because like the fact that it can. So here's the thing. Let's do some math here for a second. This is 1 unit gen with a potential of 3. And we won't talk about what's it called? This math isn't gonna make any sense actually now that I'm thinking about it. You lift? Do you lift, bro? One day I won't have cat hairs on my face. It's never gonna happen. One day I will lift the heavy rocks and put them back down. I believe in you. Bam. Look at them go. I pick them up and put them down. Mountain grants you another card. A card is almost essentially worth like 5 units. So that's like the potential there. It's hard to categorize how much an attack is worth, but it's at least worth like... Attack isn't worth units, right? It's kind of hard to say like, how many units worth is an attack? Technically, you're somewhere probably around 5 units. So this thing can gain 3 units plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're probably about 8 units of... Because doesn't the Spellblade cost money to attack? It's like a really weird metric, right? Like, because sometimes it's like interesting to try to figure out how that works, right? Like how many units does it cost? Is an attack worth, right? Because like technically, if you're talking about Archer, right? An Archer technically, for every 10 units, they can attack 2 targets. So if you divide 10 by 2, it's, 5. So that's around there. Plus, I think Spellblade is you can spend 5 units to attack a second time. So that's like the quantified version of it. What it's actually worth is like shrug. Player cards beta 1.5. Spellblade. Is Spellblade not in here? Interesting. Is that the wrong... Or did I break the beta? Oh, beta extra cards. I can't put them in a separate thing now. There we go. Does a card make an attack? Yeah. It's a little different than it was, but... than it originally was, but that works. It's about the same. Discard a card's worth about 5. This one's only ever 2 worth, but it's consistent, right? Which is nice. This one is like, it's a lot. It's probably about 5. It's gonna be nerfed. This one probably averaging around 4. This one you're averaging around probably 6. This one's only 1. Swamp could even be more than that. It can be like 7. Swamp is gonna get nerfed, and I think Turtle needs to be nerfed. This is just like me making shit up, but like I think that Turtle needs to be nerfed a little bit. And I think it's passive gen because if it's only 1 unit before attacking, it feels less cool. So yeah, I think Turtle needs to be nerfed. I'm just gonna word this as if it's like patch notes already. Oh, we're hitting ads. I think I'll go for a bit longer, assuming y'all want me to, assuming you'll be here. I'm gonna take a break. So we'll be back and then we'll talk about how long I'm staying on here for. So give me a sec. Enjoy the ads if you can. All right, yeah, I'll be right back. Enjoy the video, watch the ads, however you deal with it. I'll be back. Wrong thing.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely place. Nano programs you would draw as normal, whereas nanites you would search through your deck and pick your cards at will. This not only solves the issue, but also allows a player more agency over their actions. By allowing them to search through their nanites, they can make the cards fit their needs despite not getting the exact abilities they want. Now, the second issue is not all abilities make sense with blanks. This goes especially so as not all abilities are nano programs. There are also basic attacks and physical abilities. This issue is further compounded by the fact that some abilities have a theme to them to help fit their respective classes. So let's deconstruct it a bit. Let's take the sprint ability, for example. It's a simple ability in that you spend one action to gain an additional movement. Now this feels a little weird to have blanks to fill in. I can maybe see the movement distance having a blank, so maybe something like this. Including an elemental effect might be a bit harder. Perhaps having something like leaving a trail of fire behind the user, which actually sounds kind of cool now that I think about it. However, it doesn't always seem practical. Maybe you're in a log cabin and leaving a trail of fire behind you doesn't seem like the greatest idea. In that case, then a player should use a different element or perhaps not use one at all. However, this kind of feels like it's going against the idea of blanks in the first place. Furthermore, let's take a look at the Assassin's Blood Mist ability. The idea is when killing a target, it essentially creates a smoke screen of blood. Gross, but kind of cool. Now, let's call blood the nanite type for this ability. Say we want to change it to fire instead. A cool but dangerous way to alter this ability. But this leaves us wondering what the actual ability should be called. So if you do rename it to something like Kill Mist or Cloud Kill or something like that, or Kill Sphere, I don't know. It ends up just losing its innate flavor and kind of the initial coolness of the ability. Coolness, a very elegant word. So the solution I landed on was removing blanks entirely and allowing nanites to serve as more of override cards. For instance, say you had something like a Fireball spell. You could then add water to override that element and change the ability to something completely new. This helps as I can still allow abilities to have their own theme, along with solving the issue of needing cards to fill in blanks. This of course solves the problem with elemental blanks, but not the ones with things like distances or sizes of an ability. Well, that one ended up being pretty easy, and that was having any number-based blank filled with a dice roll based on the most appropriate stat. This allows a character's innate strengths and weaknesses to affect the power of the ability, which I think just makes sense. The system also actually opens up something else that I love to see in games, and that's being able to combine magic and team attacks. I remember being like 9 years old and playing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles with my friend and combining spells together and making one big attack, and that just felt like the coolest thing ever. Thinking back on it now, that's kind of the only thing I remember from that game. Well, that and you had to connect multiple Game Boys into your GameCube in order to play it, which, you know, now you kids have Nintendo Switches and they basically just a GameCube you carry around. But I don't know, man, somehow it was just cooler. Anyway, with nanites being a separate deck, it also opens up the opportunity for players to combine their attacks together. Say you have two players next to each other and one decides to use a range attack. Right. Well, maybe they are going against a bunch.
If you're enjoying the video, check it out on YouTube and all that. Blah, 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 blah. You know the deal. Bean, thank you for the gift sub to Fig. You are the kindest, Bean. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I'm trying to decide if I'm working on this because I'm procrastinating on doing my other work. But I'm kind of enjoying working on it, so it's like one of those things where it's like, eventually this needs to be done. Is it the priority? Probably not, but I don't know. We're hanging out. I'm here. I'll at least work for another like hour or so, maybe. We'll see. I do need to eat lunch. That's the biggest factor, really. I don't have anything made. Actually, I have some leftovers, but here we are. Anyway, let's keep working. What's everyone eating for lunch / dinner today? I'm gonna be eating leftover Chinese food. That's what I'm gonna be eating. Swamp and Necromancer nerf. So this is actually Swamp, Necromancer, Butcher. All those need to be nerfed. Swamp maybe could stay the same. Maybe. But probably not, because it's like exponentially more good the more of them you have. Oh, Hamaloon. I'm like, what's a halloumi? Hamaloony burger, a hamburger. Why is it called a hamburger when it's beef and not ham? No. Halloumi. Is that a thing? Am I losing my mind? I know it's German or something, right? It was invented in Hamburg, Germany. Ah, yeah. I told you this before. Yeah, well, sometimes it was actually a thing. Is it? Oh. Cheese. Now I know. Still don't know how to pronounce it. Pronunciation. Halloumi. There we go. I did it. No, it's... Sorry. Every Monday when I tune in, I'm making... Oh, interesting. A halloumi burger. Burger good, you know? No matter what type of burger it is, burger good. I've never met a bad burger, you know? I'm just fascinated that it appears a burger convo between you guys has already occurred. Dean's been here for a good while now. Dean, how long have you been here for? Swamp now only gains units on minion death. Six months. Hell yeah. I'm gonna make some Indian butter chicken or fettuccine alfredo. Both sound good. I don't know what Indian butter chicken is, but it sounds good. I can tell you that much. Swamp. Swamps only gain units on minion death. Swamps not only. Now only. Now only. Necromancer. Necromancer now only gains units on hero and monster death. Butcher. Minions. Gain 1 unit on minion death. Gain 2 units on monster death. There we go. It's so good. I slow cook chicken in like a tomato-based sauce with cream and lots of spices. Sounds yummy. I gotta know, Beats, what's your fave takeout? It's always Chinese food. Pretty much always Chinese food. 100%. General Tso's chicken. Maybe sesame chicken, depending on the place. I pretty much never go like any sort of restaurant. I'm an orange chicken girly. That's fair. Chinese is my least favorite, whilst Indian is my favorite. I'm complete opposite. Although I probably haven't had enough Indian food to say whether that's true or not. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but like Indian food usually isn't very sweet, and I do like that like sweet salty kind of combo. But maybe I just haven't had the right Indian food. So, shrug. Anyway. Okay, we got embassy cost. Embassy? Oh, there's 2 S's. Wasn't being used enough, so the cost to use its ability is dropped from 10 to 8. From 10 to 8. Literally same butter chicken is only Indian food I've found that I like so far. Otherwise, I like the sweetness of a lot of Chinese dishes. Yeah, same. I like sugar too much. That's probably an American thing though, right? Like Americans have a lot of sugar in their food. We got a lot of yeah, I would say that's probably just 100%. We love sugar. True. Yes. Indeed. Unfortunately. Classic hitting him with the unfortunately. Rift Spawner needs a reword. Do I really need to reword Rift Spawner? I don't know if I need to. That's kind of like Old God gains +1 card draw. It probably should be Rift Spawner, draw 1 old God card during draw phase. Per turn. That's probably it. Draw one Olga turn per turn. Cool. Y'all really like sugar, huh? It's true. It's funny, the more people I meet not from here, the more I realize, wait, what the heck are we doing over here? I don't know, everywhere has got their own issues. Everyone's got their problems. Mostly size of the things are there I don't understand. Yeah. Portions are really large, all that kind of stuff. Just what you're used to, you know, like it's just how it works. Well, I mean, the US has like one of the most unhealthy populations in the world, if I'm not mistaken, right? At least as far as like eating habits go. Which is like, you know, I don't know. The UK isn't far behind, that's why I keep running. You keep running and you keep beaning, you know? Runnering and beaning. Yeah, it's it's interesting. It's just, I don't know. It's like that's what happens when you have, you know, an abundance of food in your country, right? Although I don't know if that's 100%. Well, we're not gonna get into politics, but you know, here we are. I was gonna say, you know, that's a problem with like some of those issues. They very much verge on a political issue versus a you know, just a human issue, right? Donation order of effect and cost need to be determined. Wait, demolish cost needs correction. What's demolish cost? Does UK get tornadoes? Whoa, completely change of gear. LMAO. What demolish do? Yes, but very infrequently. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, to be fair, we're talking about food and tornadoes when I'm working on a board game, but don't get me wrong, I do not mind that. I'm just saying we're kind of not really on a topic right now. Any topic change is a tornado demolished meme. Be fair, when do I not think about tornadoes? That's fair. When this card is played, play one less card on their next turn. Oh yeah. When this card is played, play one. Yeah, it's worded wrong. Technically, isn't Dust Devil a tornado creature, and we're just working on Blackridge? True, it's true. The Dust Devil is a creature. You're not wrong. Are you Storm Chaser? I wish. I really want to go out and Storm Chase. That'd be wild. That's both wild and crazy. Um. Rewording, not working. When this card is played, play one less card next turn. Heck yeah, sign me up. That's crazy. Honestly, it would be cool. It's also just scary to me. Not, is it? Just seems like one of those things where you're endangering yourself for not a lot of reason. But I guess if you're doing like research and stuff, that's interesting. Personally, obviously, you do you. You know, let's do it. The unofficial International Beats Fan Tornado Chase Club. Hell yeah. Twister was my favorite movie growing up. There goes a cow. There goes another one. Another cow. Storm chasers feed info to weather stations and alert residents. Well, I mean, you could just chorus a storm for no reason, you know? Let's storm chores. Ermagerd. Have you seen the new Twisters? Oh yeah, the new movie. I have not, personally. Yeah. Tornadoes. Cornado. It was so good. They're making another one. Interesting. Let's chase some tornadoes. Tornadors. Divination. What's the deal with divination? You know what I mean? I wish they'd left old classics alone. Turn them Nader Beach. True. You may reveal the top 5 cards. This isn't even the right one, is it? This isn't like the official player deck one. So it may be worded differently. So let's look at this. You may reveal the top 5 cards of the Old God deck, then place them back in any order. When this card is played, put 3 cards of your choice. Ah, right. Costs always happen first, though, so that's... This is another order of operations thing for the rulebook, so that's just gonna be fixed there. However, divination's cost was too large to for its benefit. It has been significantly reduced. God, I can't type. Type or spell. Divination, divination, no, 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 no. Divination, divination, da 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 da. Anyway, Valid, I got to go on the actual Twister ride at Universal Studios before they got rid of it. It was so cool. I feel like I actually went on that one. That was like forever ago though. I have another stupid question. What's the difference between a necromancer and a mage? Necromancer specifically deals with death, whereas a mage, like, where a mage is just magic, right? Or are you talking about specifically in this game? It is how Sybil's Trelawney teaches? I don't know what you're saying. Because, yeah, I mean... Yeah, so it makes sense. Like, a necromancer could be a mage, but mage isn't necessarily a necromancer. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, so... Do you ever? No, probably not. I'm just making it up as I go. Yeah, so technically a necromancer would be a type of mage. Yeah, for sure. It's a subset of mage. Necromancers just specify, or our main discipline is death. And arguably life, you know? So... I've been streaming a lot longer lately, huh? You guys appreciate the longer streams? I know you're here, so that's probably a sign that you do, but... I dig the long streams. Yeah, cool. I don't know, it's just kind of interesting. I think about, like, I mean, it's literally my job to think about, like, streaming and all my creative stuff and all that. So, like, I think about it, like, does it make sense to do long streams? Should I just be working on my videos and stuff? And what is your job? My job is, I mean, I literally, it's my own stuff, right? Like, I quit my job and I'm like, I'm gonna try to make my dream work, you know? 5 bits, 5 biddies. Thank you for the biddies.
Figaro's Gifts just shared 5 bits.
5 bits. Yeah, I mean, my job is this. This is my job. Earn that paper. It's the goal. I'm basically just eating my savings right now, but not in like a horrible way. I mean, it's not 100% true because I do have some sources of income. You know, I've got a roommate. I've got I do some work for my brother every now and then, and my dad and my mom. I do, like, I am the family handyman, you know. So that's arguably my real job. And then I've done some like commission work. I did that children's book. The illustration for that children's book. I did there was something else I did, I don't remember. I feel like very few people actually manage to quit their job and focus on what they're passionate about. Respect. I mean, to be fair, it's probably not advisable. Like, in a way, it's not advisable. I think, honestly, I would 100% recommend it just because there's so many people out there telling you not to, you know? Like, there's so many people being like, yeah, you know, just stay in your job and try to work on it forever and blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's true. I think you should try to do it. Obviously, if you have responsibilities, those responsibilities come first, right? Like, you know, if you have a family and that kind of stuff, right? Like, you can't just quit your job and, you know, whatever. But it's not sad enough that you should just pursue your passions, because I'd just be here, not that I would be miserable doing my old job, but but yeah, I don't know, I just think it's worth saying that people should do what they want to do, because there's so many people telling you that you should just only work on your dream as a hobby. Beam, what is your dream? Mine's to eventually just focus on crocheting and coding. What about crocheting? Eh? I don't know what that is, but I said it anyway. Yeah, what is the Bean dream? Code Shet. What is the Bean dream? Probably drawing would be my guess. Although Bean's a scientist, so I don't know if Bean prefers the science or not. My code dream is to build a video game, and then maybe I can make plushies of the characters I make a lot. Have you seen that the video game that was completely made with what's the sewing technique? Embroidery? Have you seen that game? It looks freaking amazing. Game made with embroidery. Sounds crazy familiar. I don't know if it's out yet, honestly. Of course, all I'm finding on it are like TikToks. Whatever, YouTube short. We're just gonna mute it. No, it's too loud. It's too loud. Stop.
It's made with import.
Okay, go back. I don't care. So yeah, all this is like made with embroidery. They embroider it on cloth, then scan it, and then use that as their sprites. Isn't that so freaking cool? I don't know. Anyway, I think that's awesome. Start working on a story for a cozy game, but my crocheting stuff kind of takes over at the moment. Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, making a game is really difficult. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of work. I mean, literally half my YouTube experience is talking with people who are doing indie game dev. It's a lot of freaking work. I mean, it's basically what I'm doing. I'm just doing a board game instead of coding, which I would argue making a video game is probably more difficult. However, they are different, right? There's different rules and stipulations and things you have to consider when doing a board game, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot, there's a lot more to a video game, right? You have audio and you have music, and you have I've got graphics and whatever, but you got animations and stuff like that. So video games are a lot more work for sure. Where were we? We buffed divination. Shard Brute. Overflow should be exempt for gods. Shard Brute just in general needs probably a bit of rewording. But yeah, the whole embroidery thing I think is really, really cool. I think yeah, it's cool to see games like that. Um, sorry, Beans, I was just serving up dinner. Well, you missed all the important things. I'm just kidding. What's your favorite story you've created? Ooh, that's a good question. I have a few. I mean, arguably, like, I haven't really made that many, like, complete stories. I've got a lot on my, like, short film. Like, I got, like, a lot of little short films. Story-wise, there are ones that are in my head that are still being cooked up that are probably my favorite. But a lot of my stuff hasn't been story-based lately, which is kind of feels weird because I like stories so much. I would say probably the one that has the biggest soft spot in my heart, though, is Robotybot. He is my childhood creation, and me and Kyle were working on doing a sort of reimagining of what it would be like. So I've done a lot of art and stuff, and the story was cool. Is it not? Is it not? Why does my voice keep cracking? Oh, it's its own thing. Sorry, hold on. This guy. My boy. My son. Is this a video? It is a video. Look at this boy. Hydrate. Yeah, I guess I need a drink. This is my boy. This is all it does. It's just like a splash screen for a game, right? That was kind of the idea of it. But yeah, he's probably my favorite story. Love the chasing your dreams. It's all admirable. And I want to do too. Mine is making my own game also. Bean, I actually didn't know that. Is that weird? I didn't know you actually wanted to make games, which kind of makes sense that you're here. But is he based on the Does Not Compute guy? No, Does Not Compute guy was a newer creation, actually. Robody was literally from when I was like, you know, I don't even know. As soon as I, you know, old enough to play Act, Robody has been a thing. And so he's basically my childhood creation, and the goal is to, you know, kind of keep that alive, because I love my inner child. There's some of the art. There's him with Anna. Some of these are unfinished pieces. I really want to finish this piece at some point. I really like it. I feel like I could go maybe a little more dynamic with some of the poses, but I like the dream team. Not a stupid microbiologist, literally total opposite. I mean, I feel like, yeah, I guess that's fair. Heck yeah, I ever gotten my life together, can collab on a game. There you go. Hey, if you guys ever want to do anything, I'm here. Actually, I've thought about that a bit. I don't know if board games are y'all's jam, or if you want to do video game stuff, but for a while I've been thinking about where do I have this? I think it's in my home thing. Not home. This. In my 3-month plan here, right? I've talked about some events I want to do, right? And one's host a game jam, which means, you know, we all make games and then we whatever, right? That's thing one. Thing two was make a game together. So like the idea would be we basically make a game on stream, right? You guys can provide art or concepts for mechanics or stuff like that, and we kind of all... Isn't that what we're doing now? It is, but it would be from the ground up, right? You guys can obviously help me with my stuff, but this would be like the ground up. You would actually provide the art, right? Like, so say you would draw something, you'd send it to me and I'd put it together. That's so it'd be even more in like completely like our creation together. It wouldn't just be you providing ideas. It'd be completely from scratch. Now, I had a new idea with this, because this could just be, you know, idea we come up with, or alternatively, we could participate in a game jam. We could, like, because I don't think there's usually a limit to number of people who work on a game in a game jam. So we could literally, I could enter a game jam and we could all just collectively work on stream. I think that could be cool. So, but I do want to do one of these ideas. I feel like it'd be chaotic but fun. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. One criteria is to get into studios and releasing a game. One of the criteria to get into studios is releasing a game, so that'd be fun. Yeah. I mean, again, this is, for me, it's a board game thing. I haven't gotten to the point of video gamedom, right? I do want to do that eventually, but I'm not there yet. And we could have someone code, but if I'm going to do one of these ideas, arguably I have to know a little bit of it, right? At least if I'm streaming it. Unless I get someone on, me, I can code. Yeah, but like, I mean, I guess we could do that, but I feel like I should have some coding knowledge. I mean, granted, I could just be an artist, right? Artist and game mechanic designer. But I feel like I should know how to code. What do you code in, actually? What are you like Unity or Godot or Unreal? I would assume Unity, but I feel like I use VSC. Do I know VSC? Visual Code Studio. Oh, you just code from the ground up, right? What does that use? What programming language? JavaScript? Oh, programming language, JavaScript, C. Well, yeah, what language do you know? CSS, TypeScript. Is it TypeScript? Or wait, no. Yeah, what languages do you know? Yepers. Impressive. Most impressive. Because arguably, like, is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, sometimes TypeScript if I need apps like React and stuff, interesting. Because I think most people who are doing game development are working in, like, what's it called? Like Unity or something. What does Unity use? Unity language. It uses C#. It supports other languages. Yeah, mostly this C#. I have a bone to pick with you. Oh no. Why remove Spyro from your username? I'm learning Python, but I don't know C#, C++. I feel like that's the biggest thing. I mean, you know, all the languages are in like all work off of like the same sort of like logic ideas, right? But I think C# would probably be, because most people use Unity as far as like the majority of people who are doing game coding. So that's probably what I would work in, but I'm not 100% certain. Like we could do visual coding in Unreal or something, but I decided to use my gift shop name instead of my gamer tag since I'm streaming crocheting stuff now. True. True and accurate and correct. Okay, Shard Brute, Overflow, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I want to do more like game creation stuff as a group. I mean, granted, you know, you guys are free to chime in at any time, but you don't always know all the stuff that's going on here, right? So I don't know. That's just a thought. I don't know if you guys think that's cool or not. I do want to like maybe set like a sub goal for it. Well, except for now. Thank you, sir. But yeah, I think it'd be cool maybe to set a sub goal or a arguably like a concurrent viewer goal would probably be better for having a event slash whatever, these kind of events, one of these 3 different events. But maybe, I mean, honestly, doing a game jam one wouldn't require anything. It just would mean, don't worry, I bully everyone in chat, especially hypothalamus. True. But yeah, I don't know. I think that'd be cool. We're close to getting 100 followers, which is pretty cool. That's exciting. Shard Brute. Where were we? Shard Brute. I also need to consider making some of the You look perpetually confused, Beats. I know. Is it endearing or is it like, what's wrong with you, boy? Will I ever be a true great streamer when I'm just perpetually looking like I'm lost? If this monster destroys a card, any excessive damage will be carried over to the next available card type. I feel like just saying underneath the card. Because we use that terminology, right? Like if a forest, if this structure, this land has a structure placed on it. Okay, what's village say? If this land has a structure placed on it, it gains double units. If this village is worded wrong. Oh, the land this, sorry. The land this structure is placed on. I'm just reading poorly. Do you really think I'm gonna say you're endearing? Because I will, you are. See, Bean is perfectly nice. How dare you question his niceness? I never even said anything. I didn't even do anything. But yeah. Bean's too nice to me, arguably. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Here we are. I guess you wouldn't be here if it wasn't, but here we are. Well, maybe you would. Maybe you'd just be like, ugh, I wish you would just keep talking about game stuff and not, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Not rambling on about Borgors. I'm just kidding. He constantly calls me out, Fig, grinding me down, wearing me out. throwing me into the trash. So true. I'm a monster. If this monster destroys a card, any excess damage will be carried over to the, I guess, card it is placed above. But the problem is this doesn't ugh. This doesn't account for, okay, let's talk about this for half a second. The kind of bully you love. He's kind of like my brother, true. That is kind of the dynamic, isn't it? Next time we go storm chasing, you're the one cleaning the mud off the truck, Beats. I'm not going storm chasing with you guys. You guys are on your own. Okay. Hear me out. I almost grabbed the wrong kind of card. As totally neutral, like not having played this game before, Shard Brew, what he's supposed to do is when he attacks a hero, the card underneath it gets hit instead. Now, that should in theory travel through here and then travel through here. If this card dies, right? It only if it kind of, if like this has one unit, it'll kill all three of these, right? That's kind of how that's supposed to work. You can always clean the truck then. Got him, true. Bet Bean and I will tame the tornado and then drop the truck off at your house to clean. Fair enough. We'll throw it into a tornado home delivery service. There you go. So if this guy kills, I'm trying to figure out how this should be worded. If this monster destroys a card, any excess damage will carry over to the next available card type in the attack order. That doesn't really quite work. I could talk about like in the column, right? Maybe just next card in the column. Does that work? Column. I guess that's maybe better. I don't know. The truck gets yeeted to the proper address for cleaning and repairs. It's wild. Beats and Bean should make a... Should I make a jump... Sorry. For some reason I read gumbo. I'm like a Beats and Bean gumbo? Yummy. Should I make an axolotl or dragon today? Well, Bean's gonna say dragon for sure. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Can't decide. What about a Dragalotl? An Axagon? Yeah, axolotls are basically like real life water dragons, to be fair. I got a Dragalotl. Got a Haxolotl on my list. Good. Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like dragon for some reason. I mean, look at my profile picture, yeah. Plus I'm Welsh. There you go. Look at all these tweaks to the game already. I do like a galaxy one. So I'm basically gonna intertwine black and some other colors, blue, green, purple. Gives it that galaxy effect. It's making me think of League of Legends Aurelion Sol. Ever seen that dragon? He's cool. Can we just open the image? Can we just open can we just open image, new tab? Of course it's like 4 pixels wide. Whatever, it's good enough. This guy. Yeah, it's like 4 pixels big. He's cool though. Anyway, I was unaware the Discord existed. Join us here. Exclamation point Discord. There you go. If you want to join. If you feel so inclined. No pressure. You don't want to have 10 billion Discord servers like I'm in, you know? Might stream it. I'm dying. Might stream it, but IDK, the pattern is gonna just put you on the spot. Get it? Wing it? Ha ha ha. So you might be too nervous to stream it if I don't totally know what I'm doing. Yeah, that makes sense. I get that. I understand the feeling. We're 2 minutes till another ad. I probably should be done. I am having fun, but I also do need food. You upstream also? You stream also? Get food and come back? I mean, I could stream and eat. I'm just trying to decide if I should also... What's upstream? No. What? I could eat on stream, but it's going to be A, an auditory nightmare, and B, I probably should be doing other stuff, but... That's supposed to be like, what's up, dog? True. No! Bean, what are you yelling about? Why are you freaking out, Bean? What am I not yelling about? That's fair. Like, Beats is leaving, getting made fun of for a typo. I don't know, I'm trying to decide. What are you eating for lunch, Beats? I forgot. Leftovers, so it wouldn't take me that long. Don't eat your damn carrots near my ears. Okay, then I'll leave, Bean. We're literally about to hit an ad, though. God, I still need to raid someone. What do you guys want to do? You want to hang out, or do you want to try to eat on stream, or do you guys want to, Near Figner I will get an ad. That's true. Good call. So we can keep talking for a minute. Do not. I repeat. Do not eat on stream. Okay, then we're... I do like your little BRB videos. They're cool. Thank you. I mean, they're my, Let's all eat lunch together. Bean hates me. He doesn't want me to eat. I finished my burger. Well, fine. Or snack or dinner. Because, like, I don't really feel like stopping stream, off stream like a normal person. Yeah, but I'm a streamer now, so I can eat on stream and we can watch something together. I could do react content. Probably gonna make some ravioli. Honestly, probably should just call it a day. That chicken has been spared, true. I probably should call it a day because I do have other work I need to get done, even though I want to procrastinate on it more. And I'm having fun hanging out, arguably. Arguably having fun hanging out. No, you know what I mean. I actually have to go. Arguably, yeah, I was like, I don't know why I said arguably. Inarguably, I'm having fun hanging out. So eat on stream. No, I probably should be done. I've got other stuff. Or stream on eat. True. Stream the eat. Eat the stream. I vote for streaming on eat. No, I think I'll be done. I should be. I'm gonna like pass out probably. Not really, but I'm if I stay on stream too long, my brain just gets fried. Because it's like constant like engagement. Like you're engaged in the thing at all times, and you're also like I also work on stream. If I just like hung out and like watch stuff or whatever, I don't think my brain would get nearly as fried as it does. But yeah. Who do we raid? I'm assuming Anonymous isn't still alive. No, sad. Fried brains. Yeah. Brain is, yeah, you know, I'm not going to try to pronounce you making words weird. You word weird. That was my brain melting. Anyway, what are we feeling? Do we want to watch more game dev? Do we want to watch more art? Do we want to watch more card game people? I highly doubt we can find more card game people, but maybe we can. Is this a game they're making, or is this? Hold on, we may have Crab Champions. True. Crab Champions is a good game. We were playing it the other day. And by the other day, I mean yesterday. By both Fab Beans. A lot of love. You too, Bean. I appreciate you being here. One of the last times I was here, I think we did art/card opening. I'm down for like game dev. Buy a Beans. I think this is, I'm trying to tell if this is some guy's game he actually made, or if that's, I'm trying to tell if it's the game he made, or I guess it's in, on. Give me a second. I mean, that's in Unity. There, it's a like a digital card game, but let's do it anyway. YOLO, right? All right, y'all. I appreciate you all stopping by. We are gonna go raid this duder. Yeah, I will be back on Wednesday. We'll probably do more of the same, arguably. I don't know why I keep saying arguably. It's because my brain is just done. Anyway, yeah, let's rate this dude. And yeah, I will see you all Wednesday. All right, bye. Bye. multiple salutes. Fire in the hole.